And it just ping over here. Oh, the camera's a little bit low. Yeah, make the camera. I mean, the camera's not low actually. The camera is high. It's the complete opposite word to what I was trying to use. We'll bring the camera down to there. There we go. We'll put the camera. Yana, good morning. Morning. Right. This morning, we are gonna get into smart. We'll do smart work this morning. I think. I'm pretty sure we'll do smart work this morning. I'm just gonna have a quick hydration apparently. I was just having a quick look through Steam, seeing what's there, seeing if there's anything that's grabbing my interest to do tomorrow, or maybe even today. I also found it quite wild. A whole bunch of offers finished, must have been yesterday, and just seeing some things go back up to full price. It's just like, holy moly. Like there was Jurassic Park, the Jurassic Park, is it Jurassic Park Evolution? Yeah, Jurassic Park Evolution 2. When it was on the offers, it was something like £4.50. And I was like, oh wow, that's really cheap. And I was like, oh, it's because the third game's coming out. And then I just saw it today, and it's back up to like $49.99. It's like it's a hell of it. It really stands out when it comes out of offer. And then in my brain, I was like, oh, I should have bought it. I should have bought it while it was on sale. And then there was another part of my brain going, I haven't played Jurassic Park Evolution 1, and I own it. What? Why buy a game that I'm just not going to play? Because, you know, that's never happened before. But yeah, just having a bit of a mooch through Steam. But I've been having a mooch through Steam every few days, and nothing's been really leaping out at me. So, on the plus side, this probably just means we will do just loads of arty type bits. At the moment, I've not got any other ideas. But we are also near the end of the month, and so I'm wondering. I can't remember. I'm trying to remember last year. With it being August, so with it's kind of like right in the middle of summer. I can't remember if anyone kind of tends to put out any games now. I think they've already put them out, so I don't know if my mailbox is gonna be awash with keys or not. But then again, people, if it's in August, people are going to start getting ready for autumn, aren't they? Oh no, these are all coming soon. Okay, that's a complete waste of looking at that list. No point in looking at coming soon, is there? Oh, Pixel Starships is coming onto the PC. I used to every now and then play Pixel Starships on my mobile. And now they're doing like a Pixel Starships 2, but it's going to be on the PC. Interesting. Interesting. When we do arty bits today, we'll spend a little bit of a time on the gnome, because I'd like to try and get at least like the base template for the gnome down. That would be kind of a main goal. But I mean, now that I've started doing these template things, I'm kind of thinking I really want to try and have like a bit of a push on getting templates for everyone down. So I might just try and get the base template down for the gnomes, but not do any variations. And then I'm thinking I might try and get down like a base template for the dwarves. And maybe even try and tidy up the one for the male human, because the male human is it's there, but it's not finished. It's just so that potentially could do with some more detail going on to it. Yeah. So I think that's the plan for today. What's going on in the world of Yes. Yana, how is the weather with you? Our weather has dropped again. So we're actually I woke up to the chilly temperatures of 23 degrees indoors. It's almost time to break out the thermals. One thing I am tempted by, game-wise, and it's still on offer. It is still on offer. Is Humanities, which is a zombie game. It's a bit like Project Zomboid, but it's got from in a really like short and so slightly rubbish review. It's kind of like it's Project Zomboid with higher definition graphics. And that's still, and I've still got oh my god, that's so loud. I forgot how loud Steam is compared to everything else. I've got 8.5 hours to decide on that, so there's still time. I just don't know. The problem I have though is I don't know if I'd want to stream it. It's certainly not right away anyway. So that wouldn't really help for tomorrow. Oh, Star Rupture. Did I sign up for the playtest? I did. I did sign up for access to the playtest. Cool. 18 degrees C. Is that 18 degrees inside? Because that is a lot cooler. Because we're 18 degrees outside. No real wind to speak of. Yeah, looking outside, nothing is moving. Like the trees are not really moving. So I think we have very similar weather today, Yana. Sounds like we have very similar weather. FYI, the weather is making you grumpy. Well, FYI, there's nothing I can do about that. Sorry. I know I play a lot of games where I am God. In some way, shape, or form. In some way, shape, or form. I can't control the weather. Maybe that should be the goal for today. Let's forget the artwork, forget the games. Let's see if I can work out how to control the weather. We'll start by me just going out the window and going... It's always good to voice one's displeasure about the weather. It's like a national sport in the UK, so I'm all on board with that. I'm all on board with that. Why have I got this in my wish list? Why have I got Reclaim the Sea? I don't care about that. Let's move away. This one has potential. Hang on, let's switch over to another screen for a second. So we're gonna lose. I think we lose. Oh no, we don't lose my face. You still get my face here. This is intriguing me. This is intriguing me a lot. But its recent reviews concern me. Like, overall, it's had very positive reviews, but recent reviews have concerned me, which usually means that there's been, like, an update that has broken something or changed a mechanic that people don't like. But, yeah. So you kind of have to build a castle village type thing and defend it from waves of enemies. But it's kind of like it's... I kind of need to know... Do you know what? Let's stop watching the trailer, because the trailer's great. The trailer's really good. But what does concern me is the recent negative reviews. Okay, I'm sorry, but this game is insane hard. Nah, that's not, you know, necessarily... You have 7 minutes to prepare for each wave. Yeah. Okay. Has a defective camera. There's lack of variety playable. Yeah. Okay. There's a lot of like... Oh. Those two obviously had a bit of a chat, didn't they? Before they posted. 0.3 hours, 2.1. Okay, people talking about stuff being buggy. Oh yeah. Kingdom's Deck. I feel like I've seen that. Oh, I think I have. Yeah. Oh, do you know what? I probably have seen this. I have probably seen this because it's bundled. It's bundled with Castlecraft, so I've probably looked at that bundle at some point and gone, hey, let's look at that. Yeah. Milka. Hello, Milka. How you doing? How's it going? We will be doing some art in a minute. I'm just having a bit of a look to see what, if anything, inspires me to play tomorrow. But yeah, I think I have seen this one before, Yana, and I think it's because it's bundled together with Castlecraft. Milka, you'd really like to see me play horror games. Horror games, it really does depend on the horror game. I don't like jump scares. Jump scares do nothing for me. I don't get any kind of enjoyment from doing games with jump scares, so I don't tend to do a lot of horrors. But if it's like a zombie game, like kind of zombie is, you know, zombie kind of sometimes fits in the horror genre, play the hell out of them. Yeah. Lord Elston. Hello, hello, hello. What else have I got here? Loads of bits here, isn't there? Loads of stuff that's not out yet as well. When we get further down. Alright, alright. Anyway, back over there. Milka, Resident Evil type games. Resident Evil type games have never Resident Evil type games have two problems. Resident Evil games have two problems, and what I realise I'm about to describe are the core mechanics of Resident Evil type games. And that is overly elaborate puzzles I don't really enjoy, and boss fights I don't really enjoy. Now, unfortunately, Resident Evil is built on overly elaborate puzzles and boss fights. However, what I would say is, like, I have watched people do playthroughs of I've watched people do playthroughs of like a whole bunch of the Resident Evil games, because I find like the stories are interesting, which opened up mass disappointment with like when all the movies were coming out and stuff, because the movies I don't think were necessarily great representations of the story. So yeah, probably never gonna see me play a Resident Evil game, because they're just generally not my type of thing. Dawnfolk, hold on. Dawnfolk. Have we? I feel like we've looked at Dawnfolk. Have we looked at Dawnfolk before? Oh, we have looked at Dawnfolk before, haven't we? Yes. Yes, yes. Milka, so what kind of games do I like? I do... In terms of most of the games I stream, I do a lot of survival crafters. I do a lot of like city builders, with a sprinkling of automation games. That kind of accounts for the bulk of stuff, really. Survival crafters and builders, and then strategy games come into that. Yeah, I'm trying to think what I've streamed recently. What have I streamed recently on this channel? We've streamed. Oh, and also apparently various drug games, various games about growing and selling drugs. Which everyone, do you know what? Someone got so confused with when I was playing certain drug games that they thought I was really into drugs, and they were like, "Oh, look, you're really into drugs. You love like magic mushrooms and stuff." I was like, "No, I just love money." There was someone who really misunderstood why I play all these games, and they were like, "Oh, you must be really into drugs and love drugs," and I was like, "No, no." I just really love money. That's it. That's the part I love about these games, is making money. Yeah. Yana, someone on your follow list plays Cowboy Life Sim. Oh yeah, I've also done a bunch of simulator games at some point. Like, I've done, like, TCG Card Shop, and I've done Gas Station Simulator, and I think I've done some other simulators as well. I'm still very tempted to do the streamer simulator. Like, the streamer simulator just seems so kind of like Streamerception that I can't work out whether it would be funny or just really disappointing. Cowboy Life Simulator. So what happens with this? Farming. It's a farming sim and a simulation and a western. Great tags. Great tags. Grab your tools, your revolver, buy a goat, and start your adventure. Yep. I'll tell you what, I'll put it on my wish list, Jana. You never know. You never know. Oh, I can join the playtest. Should we try and join the playtest? Oh, wait, never mind. Welcome to the playtest. I don't even have to wait to join that playtest, Jana. It's just immediate. I can play it now. Maybe we'll do some artwork, and maybe we'll go and look at Cowboy Life Simulator later on. There you go. There you go. That was just, you can play it now, apparently. Anyway, sorry. Rezus. Hello, Rezus. How you doing? It's going all right. We've just been having a bit of a chat about potential games to play. Because, you know, people are going to get bored of artwork soon. Oh, I just switched to the wrong screen, didn't I? There we are. There we are. Let's put that back. Squire likes hoarding. I do. I mean, no, it's not hoarding. It's because all that stuff is going to be valuable one day, Lord Ilston. That's what it is. It's not hoarding. It's a completely different thing. Also, Max. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Hello. Cowboy Life Simulator is installed. I can grant friends access. Oh god, that's not gonna go well, is it? Because it's gonna send people a Steam invite. We all know how that went last time. And Rez, by the way, Squire, I remember you tried to get Bannerman working with Distinguished Service. You tried a mod recommended that may be of interest, BLT. Lets viewers create characters with progression in your games. I have heard about BLT. The only thing that slightly concerns me about BLT is how much it starts putting into chat. Because from what I heard, I've not actually seen it in use, but from what I heard, it kind of puts quite a lot in. The bot talks a lot in chat. And I've seen some bots in the past with, like, say, like 7 Days to Die, where, like, no word of a lie, 99% of the chat becomes just like the bot jabbering away, and it just becomes very... Chat becomes not a great place to be if you're trying to talk, because the bot's just like... And yeah, from what I heard about BLT, it might not be as bad as that, but... Yeah, I'd be interested to see BLT being used on someone's stream so I could see how much it talks. Yeah. Wait, why am I looking at Right, we're not doing Cowboy Life Simulator right now. Still got. I had my finger hovering over the play button. That's not what we're doing right now. We're gonna do. Where's that gnome? Where's the gnome? Grab that. It's really customizable. You can put all of it into the overlay instead. You can put all of it into the overlay. Oh, okay, what I'd heard was it was all chat based. Okay, but if you can put it into the overlay, that's not so bad. Because yeah, some of the ones that I saw for 7 days, I was just like, this is never happening because no one else gets to talk except for the bot. It was also big walls of text as well over on with the 7 Days to Die one that I remember. It was just like, it was like walls of text that meant even if someone was just trying to say hello, all of a sudden that hello just disappeared off the screen because the bot was like, hey, do you know what's going on in the game right now? This is what's happening. Let's talk about this. And just big blocks of text. Not a fan. But that's cool if you can put it in the overlay. Oh, wait, what layer am I on? What's this layer for? Nope, I want to be over there. Oh, what's going on over there? How weird. How weird. Yana, and it's fuck. Oh my god, Yana! You can't tell me off for swearing and then doing swears. Yana said a swear. Yana said that means I get at least one free swear today. I get one free swear now. That is the law. Look at Max. Max is like, my ears, I can't. And then he realizes that he reads with his eyes. But he's like, my ears, I can't hear the swears. And then he thought he was safe from my swearing. And then all of a sudden the swearing is now in his eyes. He can't keep away from it. Max is just an innocent Italian man who makes friends with hedgehogs and cats. Now he's going to be teaching cats how to swear. The cats are going to be like, I already fucking know how. Milka, is Critter good? You're originally using Clip Studio, but it expired, so I need another app for drawings. Yes. Yes, I've been using Critter for... I've been using Critter now for 4 or 5 years? Yeah. I've been using Critter for about 4 or 5 years. It's not going to do everything that Clip Studio does. I mean, I can't remember when I last mentioned this. I actually have a subscription to Clip Studio Paint. I have a subscription to it, and I keep meaning to switch so that I can learn it. But I'm also kind of in a bit of a situation where I'm so used to Critter, I'm almost like, do I want to learn another platform? It does the vast majority of what I want it to do. And in terms of the things it doesn't do, there are not many, and I kind of just deal with them. Like, I would probably not recommend Critter, and also I need to preface this with, this might just be my lack of knowledge of how Critter works. But I've not been able to get to grips with using Critter for graphic design. So, you know, if you're potentially trying to do things like make logos or symbols, if you're trying to do anything that's particularly text heavy, certainly with the text heavy stuff, Critter is not great for adding text to images, especially if it's something that you might need to update or change. And again, I would love to be wrong on this. I genuinely would love to be wrong on Critter not being good with text, but I've not come across a way to edit text once it's on the screen. Like I always have to just delete it and start again if I get it wrong. So that's probably one of my biggest bugbears, because I do try and, if I'm trying to like create overlays or beginning or ending screens and stuff, like that can be quite frustrating. So yeah, it depends on what you're trying to do for artwork. If you're trying to do artwork that is similar to the type of stuff that I'm doing, then I think Critter's great. And then in terms of Clip Studio, comparing it to Clip Studio Paint, I have not used Clip Studio Paint enough to really comment on whether Clip Studio Paint is worth... are you going to be able to do everything you want to do that you were doing in Clip Studio Paint? I can't really say either way. This does have a limited animation capability, which I've not used. So if you're doing animation, I believe Critter does, I think it does animations up to 25 frames, which 24 frames, which is not a lot. But say if you're making things like GIFs, if you're planning on doing things like making GIFs, then it's probably enough for doing something like that, but you're not going to be able to do like a full like cartoon or anything with this. I think from what I understand, from seeing other people using other things, like, I watch a whole bunch of people who use like Photoshop or Clip Studio Paint or whatever. I think a lot of what you're getting in the premium software is tools to help you doing certain things professionally. So like, I think you can do the vast majority of what you can do in those softwares, just it's a bit more of a manual process with Critter. Like, what else would I... Yeah, so like I said about like just not having a great time with working with text on screen, that's a bit of a pain in the bum. Trying to do technical drawings, I've not really found a good way for doing that on Critter either. Critter's not great for doing technical drawings. Like, say if you were trying to do like a blueprint style thing, I've not really found good ways of doing that on this either. But again, that could just be I have not found it. It could be something as simple as that I've just not come across the way to do it. And tutorials for Critter are not great. That's probably my biggest problem with Critter, is it's not easy to find good tutorials. Don't get me wrong, there are tutorials, but so many Critter tutorials seem to rely on you already knowing how to use Critter. Like, there's not really any beginner tutorials available. So it is kind of a learning how to use it yourself, which is a bit of a shame. Whereas, like, if you were using something like Clip Studio Paint, or if you're using Adobe or whatever, there's a lot more people on YouTube making tutorials for them. But I mean, I've been using this for 5 years and been able to produce stuff. Ultimately, though, I think you'd really need to ask someone who's used both. Whereas I say I've not used Clip Studio enough to really do a good comparison. I'm just kind of like here going, yeah, Critter does what I want it to do for the most part. Whereas I might go and use Clip Studio Paint and go, oh my god, why was I ever using Critter? But I couldn't tell you. Res, time to set me on your second monitor and lurk. Oh my god. No, whatever you're doing on your first monitor can go on your second monitor. There's no way whatever is happening on your primary monitor is any more important than me waffling about arguably important things. Max 30 minutes until you achieve pasta. Congratulations, I think we're going with congratulations for that. I'm very happy for you. I think one of the big benefits of Critter, and I think it is a massive benefit, certainly if you're not sure about it, is the fact that just you can use Critter for free. You know, so if you want to use it and work out whether it is what you want, for like the worst case scenario, you're losing some time. So anyone who's thinking about using Critter, I would always be like, yeah, go use it. Go use it, because it's not going to cost you anything to find out. And while I realise for like you, Milker, it's not necessarily going to apply because you're saying you've already been using things like Clip Studio Paint. But for any, I would always recommend Critter first for anyone like coming in fresh to like learning digital art, because it's free. Because you kind of want to work out whether this is actually something you enjoy doing or not. And often one of the things that's rubbish, one of the things that's super rubbish about trying to learn something is sinking money into it to then learn you don't like it. Tried a new game with Rook last night. For anyone who didn't catch the stream, if you watch any streamers who do a lot of co-op, anyone who does like a lot of co-op games, and you know that they enjoy that kind of stuff, they should check out. And this is the title of the game. Co-op Kaiju Horror Cooking. Now, you might be there going, Bearded, that sounds more like the description of the game. No, no, that is the title of the game. That is what the title of the game is. It is... co-op is part of the title. Co-op kaiju horror cooking. And the premise of the game is that you are a monk. You are a fresh-faced monk, as are your friends who you are playing with. I can't imagine ever doing it solo. I think if I tried to do that game solo, it would be a bit of a nightmare. It's very much built for co-op play. And so yeah, you're a fresh-faced monk, and your monastery has the task of placating the kaiju that turn up. If they don't placate the kaiju get very angry and they destroy everything. Now, what the kaiju want is food. They want different types of food. Some of them want bread. Quite a few of them like bread. Big fans of bread. So I can relate immediately. Some of them want fruit. And some of them want meat. Some of them want cheese as well. And then beyond that, there's also like some of them have preference. Like some of the kaiju can be quite demanding. Like some of them want their food to be cooked. Some of them want their food to be some of them want it to be diced. Some of them want it to be like turned into powder, like minced. And some of them want various seasonings on their food as well. Which means you have to go to the pantry. You have to go... So you as a monk, you go up to the surface, because the monastery is underground, and then you go up to the surface and the kaiju comes out of the sea. Marvellous. And the kaiju, you learn, based on which kaiju it is, you know kind of like what kind of food it wants, and all that kind of stuff. And then you have to go into the pantry to go and retrieve the food that they want. There's a slight problem, though. The pantry is actually a dungeon, which has been taken over by various kinds of monsters. So basically they're like kids. Yes, Lord Ilston, yes. You could certainly make that comparison. And so it turns out the pantry is essentially a dungeon because it's been invaded by various monsters, various smaller monsters, much smaller than the kaiju. And so you have to go and try and explore the pantry and retrieve the food that you need to load into a catapult to launch at the kaiju, and the kaiju will catch the food out of the air. You have a time limit for this. You have 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes with which to find the food that they want, prepare the food they want, and launch the food into their mouths. And it's kind of funny. It's early access. It's currently playtest. It's currently playtest at the moment. But yeah, if you've got any, as I say, if you've got any streamers that you watch who do various co-op games, I think they might get a bit of a crack out of it. It's not necessarily like, it's not like the graphics are not going to like blow your mind in any way, shape or form, and it definitely needs some. It probably needs some balancing because the monsters that are in the dungeon are like really do want to kill you, and are quite fast and hit quite hard, and you do not get much in the way of weaponry. Like we did a few runs yesterday where we had no weaponry at all because you have to find the weapons in the dungeon. So if you don't find any, you don't have any. But it was entertaining. It was entertaining. There's a vegetarian option they don't meat. Do you know what? Then it's still completely on form, Lord Ilston, because a whole bunch of the kaiju don't eat meat either. Which does mean that sometimes, like, you know, like you'll find a kaiju who doesn't eat meat, and then when you're in the dungeon, all you keep finding is meat. Because what's in there is randomized to a certain level. But yeah, as I said, I can't see the game really being much fun solo. Whether that changes in the future, I don't know. But much like Critter, the playtest is currently free, so might be worth checking out while it is free. Oh, and I think it actually comes out at the end of the month. I think that was something that Rook noticed as well towards the end of stream, was that it was apparently coming out at the end of the month. What I will say is I don't know if I would buy it. I think I'd need to see some updates happen to it. But it was certainly entertaining as just a bit of a freebie to just have a bit of fun with. I also can't believe that we're at the end of July. What, this year? Man, this year is going by so fast. So fast. You know what I was trying to do here, but I don't think it really works. I might get rid of this bit. Try and blend all that in together a bit more. Yes, hello sir, how you doing? How's it going? Are you filled with joy and happiness? And what are you playing today? What are you streaming for the masses? Not sure, mate. I heard this game RimWorld is. Oh, you're gonna do a first playthrough of RimWorld. Oh, mate, you're gonna have a great time. You're gonna have a great time. Enjoy your first playthrough of RimWorld. I saw a little bit of your spaceship playthrough. Was it yesterday or Tuesday? I think it was yesterday. No. Yes. Oh, I don't know. Tuesday. Because I think did you raid into Jim Jam or Jim Jam afterwards? Because I think I was watching it and I literally turned away for a second and then I came back. I was like, oh, I'm in a completely different place. But yeah. Bro said before he left for work, the fella has all the gnomes. The gnomes have a lot of ears. Am I intentionally in just chatting? I was. Shouldn't be in just chatting now. I should have changed it, Yana. I should have. But I've been a terrible human being. Where is it? Where is it? There you go. Because at the beginning, we were just chatting. At the beginning, we were just chatting, so I just put myself in there. There we go. You're addicted to the DLC. Always enjoyed streaming the Rim, but this DLC has made you excited to play. That's cool. That's very, very cool. Imagine for me though, 3 DLCs, yes. Yes, 3 DLCs worth of content. Also 3 price tags. That's the big blocker, Boreas. That is the big blocker right now, is the three price tags. Like how right now, tell you what, Ribworld. Apparently there's an update queued. Someone is playing it right now. Oh, there we go. Because yeah, no, I have ideology and royalty. Ideology and royalty. And then right now... Because they are still on sale. They are still on sale, aren't they? So we'll include those. Because they are on sale. Wait, why did that not work? What? What? What are you doing, calculator? Alright, we'll do it with a mouse then, apparently, because my numpad is not going to work. 55.97. Do you know what? You are correct. It's less than 60. It is less than 60. What was I thinking? At the moment, I am trying... I'm keeping an eye out for cheap games. I'm keeping an eye out for cheap games, really, to try and tide me over to November. Because my plan is to get Pax Romana, but Pax Romana's going to set me back, like... Can't remember how much Pax Romana was, because I'm probably going to get the special edition. Because, yeah, base Pax Romana is going to be 50 quid. I'm probably going to get the gold edition, which is 75. Which is a horrible price. But the thing with Pax Romana is I can kind of comfortably see that getting like 2, maybe 3 months out of that, because we did with 1800. Although saying that, 1800 did have all the DLC. Whereas, yeah. Do I need the special? But yeah, well, no. The answer is obviously not. Obviously not. I don't, but kind of like from the same point of view of I don't need Pax Romana. I don't really need the DLC for RimWorld. I could just play base RimWorld. The thing with the DLC, sorry, the thing with the special edition is it means it's 25 quid for all the DLC. And the DLC will cost more than 25 quid for that year. And I know that is a game I will play the shit out of. So buying the special edition is a big outlay at the beginning. It is a big outlay at the beginning. But I do know over the life of that game,
You're one of us now.
I will get my money's worth from that game. So I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable-ish. I'm comfortable-ish in doing the outlay for Pax Romana because I am quietly confident that I will get enough from it. And then don't get the special edition, and then because I've saved 25 quid, all of a sudden the 3 RimWorld DLCs become 30 quid. I think the problem I've got is I don't know if I would get enough. I don't know if I would get enough content out of RimWorld. So that's a bit of a pickle. I guess you can vicariously enjoy it through some other cool streamers. I could, absolutely, if only I knew some. Such a bitch. Such a bitch. It's something I think I've become more aware of over the last, well, this year, is potentially not having games and enjoying them via streamers. It's just games are just such a it's just getting more and more expensive, isn't it? I mean, I might end up just getting the regular edition of Pax Romana. There's a solid chance I'll end up getting the regular edition of it, just from a money point of view. But whenever I look at a special edition of a game, I'm never really looking at a special edition of a game and going, "Ooh, look, special cosmetics. Ooh, look, whatever." You know, whatever. I'm always kind of like, is the DLC included? Is that what's part of the special edition, that the DLC is going to be just added through the year? Because that's always a biggie. And before anyone types it, because I can hear them in the shadows. Before anyone types it, I know that didn't work out for Dune. I know that didn't work out for Dune, but it was still the plan. The only game without question getting would be the best edition is Fallout. You're that big a fan of Fallout? Okay. I don't know for Fallout. Again, because I don't know how much, like, so much of my stuff just comes down to, do I think I'll stream it for long enough to get that, you know, get that worth out of it. But yeah, if they brought out a new Fallout. Actually, that reminds me, I never got round to playing that London conversion mod of Fallout. I remember I saw Kinetic Ghost stream the London Fallout mod a little bit. He also did Atomic. What was that other one? The one that was like London Fallout. Which I can't remember what that one was called now. It was called Atomic something. But yeah, I kind of have a bit of a love-hate relationship with the Fallout games. But there was lots of messing. That was kind of what put me off. Like, I think that was the problem. Was like there was so much messing around. There was so much messing around, and then like you had to, like, I had it on, because you got it on GOG, didn't you? I think it was on GOG, and then you needed to connect GOG to Steam. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I just remember. But I think by the time, and I think I actually did the faffing around. I think I actually did the faffing around of getting everything installed and set up, and by the time I'd done it, like, it took so long that I was kind of like, oh, I don't really want to play any games now. I'm just like, I'm just gonna go load something else up. And I was genuinely excited for that mod because I remember I applied to do voice stuff for that. I was like, yeah, this is going to be amazing. Yana, you saw something else. Wait, something else you saw. Return from core. Return from core. This looks familiar, but I can't say why it looks familiar. Have these guys made other things? Oh no, no, it's not what I was thinking of something else. What's? I feel like I've seen something similar to Return from Core. In fact, I might even own what I'm thinking of. Good job, me. Good job, me, at remembering games. I am the best. Hmm. Could have been Core Keeper. That rings a bell. Core Keeper. Which I do own. Yes, yeah. I think Core Keeper is the one I was thinking of. Oh no, there we go. There we go. Nope, nope. Damn it. Sorry. I'm trying to do something on another screen and it's not. And then as soon as I got it working, I clicked close like a moron. Good job, B. Good job, B. Right, there we go. Hello, morning. Morning. How you doing? Good morning, Ash. What do you mean? What do you mean an art flex? Because flex usually means showing off. Not really. Definitely not trying to show off. Just smashing through all the work. I'm not really smashing. I promise I'm not really smashing through the work. There's just so many things to do. I need to make more art. There needs to be way more visuals for the Gnome World stuff. I've kind of changed up the way I do art a bit to see if this works better. At the moment, it seems to be working a bit better. Because I've moved away from heavy sketching. You know, a lot of what I used to do was very sketch and line art heavy, and I'm trying to move on to a different style. And I think, actually, to be fair, when I moved on to this style, I kind of said I was moving on to this style to see if it would be quicker. At the moment, it seems to be quicker. And then when I was doing the Dune artwork,
new donation from Ashamir.
Thank you, Ash. Well, oh, and it's 13. But wait, 13%. That's not a small percent. Thank you very much for the dono. Thank you very kindly. So I've changed up the way I'm doing it, which seems to be producing faster stuff. I'm trying to do it in a style that ultimately I want it to be long term, which is where it looks more fantasy and less cartoony. Doesn't mean I'll move away from cartoony stuff forever. Like, cartoony stuff can be really fun to do as well, you know, like the old school gnomes. But I need more art content, because quite frankly, I need more art content because I need to draw in new viewers, and I need to draw in new viewers because I need to grow everything more. Because obviously I've not had any work for a while now. Which I've also tried to not talk about this on stream. I've tried not to talk about this too much on stream because I realise it's a bit of a Debbie Downer. I haven't had any work for a while, and so the only way I can really make this work is by growing the artwork and growing, hopefully through the artwork, growing Kofi. But, and I've said this for a really long time, so this is 100% like just me not getting it done quick enough. I can't expect people to go on Kofi if there's not enough stuff on Kofi. So I've been trying to explore ways to get more artwork done. At the moment it's working. At the moment it's a bit rougher. It's not necessarily as complete as I was trying to achieve in the past. But while it's not necessarily complete, you know, not everyone always cares about complete. So kind of works from that point of view, but I really noticed when I was doing the Dune artwork, also that something that became very apparent was working on something that I was super motivated to work on, rather than trying to work on things that I thought I should work on. Because when I try and force myself to work on certain pieces of art, everything slows down a lot. Everything slows down a lot when I try to work on something that I'm not really motivated to work on, and that was like really hit home with like the Dune artwork, because the Dune artwork got done in about a month, which was awesome. And so I've also kind of tried to keep on top of taking what I learned from doing the Dune artwork, which was less sketching, more kind of painting style. And I'm trying to see what I can produce from that. The only downside to all of this is I have not quite promised, it's not quite the right way, but I have said that I would work on the mech game concept artwork some more, and I do need to do that at some point. But equally, when I was getting involved in the mech project, I did kind of make it clear at the time. I was like, there's no money in this. There's no, we're not, not getting paid to do it. And that's not like hey, you guys should be paying me, because I've never done concept art before. But equally, when I kind of got involved in the art project, the mech project, it was, I can learn to do concept art for the mech project, but understand because it's not paid work, it'll be kind of happening when it happens. And if I see something which I think has potential to bring some money in, I'll probably be, that'll take priority. And so this stuff with the Gnome World, this was what was, at the moment, I'm kind of looking at the Gnome World stuff as being a bit of priority, because that's kind of what I started building the artwork of the channel on. Games are not really bringing in crazy amounts of new viewers. And funnily enough, based on a conversation we were having before, I can't keep buying games because there's not money coming in. So I kind of have to be kind of careful and really plan out the games that I'm trying to buy right now. Some of them have been mistakes, some of them have been fine. And I've always kind of said artwork ideally is the long-term goal for the channel. So yeah, just really trying to hammer home the art stuff, in the hopes in the hopes it'll get some traction. Because I need something to grow the channel. So there you go. I don't know if that's more of an answer than you wanted, Ash, but I think I've always tried to be as open about this channel as possible. And yeah, the only big concern, Ash, is like we started doing this like last year. I started doing this last year where I started doing longer art streams and more days of art streams. But then I had the problem of getting the carpal tunnel in my hand. So that's always that bit in itself is like a big concern, is if I get carpal tunnel in my hand again. That took me out for... It took me out for a definite 3 months, but I kind of feel like it really took about 6 months to be able to really get back into the flow of artwork. So we were trying to do this last year, but then that happened. So I suppose also to a certain degree it's trying to get back into that flow. And then so yeah, that's this was the plan. This was always the plan. Just kind of injuries kind of knocked everything back a bit, and now we're just in a kind of a state of even more so than previously, I'm very much kind of like on a timer for getting this to work. So I'm trying to push out more art streams while also being conscious of how it impacts my hand and my wrist and my elbow, because carpal tunnel's a fucking nightmare. Like, it just takes out the whole friggin' arm. So I'm conscious of that, but I'm also conscious I need to get more stuff out there. But one of the other things, so a bit of a positive, a bit of a positive side to all of that, changing up the art style seems to have been beneficial. Seems to have been beneficial to how much of a strain happens. Watch Sod's Law. Now that I've said this this afternoon, I'm going to be like, oh shit. Changing up the art style as well seems to have had the benefit of I seem to be able to do art for longer. So that's good. That's good. And as I say, this doesn't mean I'll never go, I won't go back to like doing cartoony type stuff, but I've definitely noticed a difference moving away from that in terms of how it impacts how long I can draw for. Yeah. And hello, Helen. Welcome in, Helen. How are you doing? How's it going? So has the freelance work dried up? Yeah, completely. Yeah, the freelance stuff's been gone now for I think the last freelance stuff I did was in January, so that was about 6 months ago. I really thought you were working more recent than that. No. I think literally my last invoice was back in January. The freelance stuff dried up because they wanted to go down more of they wanted to go more heavily into the AI route. And Yeah, I just couldn't compete with the price. I couldn't compete with the price anymore. Like, at one point, in an effort to try and keep some work coming in, I halved my prices. And it still wasn't enough, so I was kind of like, I've just got to bite the bullet. Helen, trying to have a restful day as you've had busy last few days with parents and the kids. Enjoy your restings. Enjoy your restings as much as you can. same length, is it? Yeah, it's a little bit longer. Not much. I'm going to move it up a smidge. A smidge and a smudge and a smooge. But at some point I do need to get some of that mech stuff done. So while I am doing longer art streams, I was saying on, I think I said on Tuesday actually, while the long art streams are back from hibernation post Dune, they might not be the same artwork all day. So this afternoon I might work on something else just to kind of keep everything ticking over. It could even be the mech stuff. So ideally what I want to do, so my plan right now is I kind of want to get at least one of these factions finished. Kind of as like a, not kind of like a pack, almost like a pack is kind of what I want. I want to get like, so like, I think the watch is the furthest along, which is why I think this is probably the one I'll get finished. But I want it to kind of be, I want to be a self-contained pack of a faction, which then that feels like something a bit more tangible to put into the library on Kofi. From the point of view of, you know, if someone wanted to take that pack of the watch, they could just insert that into their tabletop RPG and use them as a fully fledged faction. So I think they'll be the first one to finish just because they're further along, but I want to do it with all of them. And I'm not necessarily going to be like writing rules for these guys. I'm just going to be, there'll just be a load of lore for them and artwork for visuals. Because I know nothing about the rules for, you know, and if I make rules for one game, some, you know, I'm sure someone will be like, oh, can you make rules for this game? I'm like, I don't know the games well enough as it is. I can't make rules for these guys. Leave that to, you know, like any DMs who wanna use them. And then the gnomes I'm kind of doing just because obviously the gnomes have been a bit of a cornerstone for the channel. Like, I don't quite know how... but sorry, I kind of do know how. Kind of like, when I'm... The gnomes... I don't necessarily know whether anyone would actually use these kind of gnomes, or sorry, I should start calling them the Saltmus, because that's what they are. I don't know if anyone would use these guys actually as a faction, but I feel because they're like a cornerstone of the channel that I should probably have something similar for them. And I also wanted these guys to just have like a bit more of a look that fits in with like the way I'm drawing the humans. So again, kind of like coming away from the cartoony type thing. I want some, so like obviously I've got this that's starting to come together. Even though I do need to still finish like the actual base character. I want something for the gnomes that kind of fits in. You know, if I put them side by side, they'd look like they exist in the same universe. I'm also very aware he does not have a beard right now. But, actually, funny enough, following a conversation we had last week, the gnomes do not always have beards. They don't always have beards, so this is kind of why the base character I'm not initially drawing with a beard. Like, there will be a beard at some point. Like, that's obviously going to happen. I'm not insane. But, yeah, there will be a beard on it at some point, but the base character is going to be without beard. Max, gonna catapult yourself off to bed. Enjoy your sleepings. Thank you for dropping by. I think once I've finished the watch, I think the big push after the watch will probably be, like, part of me wants to say it'd be another faction, but I think the big push after the watch will more likely be probably the blood tree, because then I'll have like a faction laid out in a way that I can kind of go, hey, this is how I prepare the factions, and then kind of show them as finished. And then if I have the blood tree, I can be like, this is how the monster packs are going to look. So that's kind of the plan, I think. That might go out the window, because I might go, hey, this faction went really well, let's crack on while that's working and work on another faction. I don't know if I'm happy with that nose. I'm going to have a think about the nose, I think. I don't think that's working. Don't think that's working. Yeah. Wow. Googling. Trying to Google mouse nose. The vast majority of answers are dominated not by actual mice. Not by actual mice, but instead just lots of ladies doing mouse noses with makeup. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Even although it is an AI generated one. How I need like a real one. Damn it. Damn it. It was a good one because of the position it was in, and then it's not real. Damn you. Damn you. That one might work actually. Let's. What I might need to do. Again, this is because it's kind of taking it away from the cartoony ones. I might have to bring the nostrils in, I think. I might have to ditch the nostrils if I want it to be more mousy. I was just looking at the wiki mouse. I saw the first bit. Pet mice. Maybe. Oh my god, that is a chunky mouse. There's a chunky mouse. Maybe that one. Oh, we've got that one. And they're kind of all under the wood. Kind of like when they're all under the hollowed out log. That one's kind of. It's kind of similar to the other one I found. It's kind of at a different angle though, so that might work for both of them. Nose. Alright. Let's have a think about their nose. I got what I needed. I was saying, yeah, kind of like the one on Wiki, where they're kind of like there's a group of them under the like hollowed out log. That with another one that I found, they're kind of like a similar angle, just from different. They're kind of like a similar angle up, but just from different pointing in different directions. So I'm trying to kind of like get a combination of the two of them, just to at least maybe just figure out how to draw a mouse's nose, and then they're not the angle I need them at. But if I just try and figure out a mouse's nose in general, maybe I can then adapt it. That's my plan. Is maybe I can adapt it for what I do need it for. I think maybe. Where it says okay, okay. Yeah, I've got one of those too. Yeah, that's cool. Yep, thank you. It's weird. It's almost. Do you know what? It's almost like there's loads of different breeds of mice, and all their noses are slightly different. I keep looking at lots of noses and then kind of going, one looks different to the other one. So that, I think, kind of merges it. The worst bit is I'm trying to figure this out, and then I've got to try and adapt it for the gnome, which is a whole. It's going to be a whole other thing, because obviously the nose words, sentences. The nose, like, changes the face quite significantly. I'm hoping not too much. Well, that kind of works. That kind of works. The question is... Adapting that for this. That's picking up there. So... It would still be able to keep that initial shape. That initial... helps if I do it on the right layer, doesn't it? Correct layer. I'd still be able to keep this initial kind of shape. That could still kind of work. You know, we could still keep the brow. So the brow could still... Brow can still happen. And then just that shape pulls in. And then in terms of what's going on at the bottom... So we're going to lose those nostrils. That'll come in a bit that way. So that'll probably join up roughly with the top of the lip there. So we'll probably have the lip coming out like top of the lip. Little philtrum there. And then I'll probably bring in the bottom of the cheek. Probably bring in the bottom of the cheek like that. So the moustache, when they do have the moustache will still like come across this area. And then this. That's going to be about there. Corner of the mouths around there. Potentially the shape we need to change it to, I think. How this is going to look from the side is a whole different thing. Whole different thing on how it's going to look from the side, but I think in terms of like really leaning into the whole mouse thing, because they're also meant to have a tail, meant to be a whole tail. Although they are meant to be short tails, because they're meant to be kind of like evolving out of having a tail because they don't need it anymore. The only other thing I could potentially do is maybe squish the nose down a bit, because that's coming up quite high. I might squish it down, possibly. Might do that. Bonji, hello Bonji, how you doing? How's it going? The days of squire watching have returned. Are you not doing a stream? Are you not doing a stream right now? Are you not tempted? Tempted by the temptations of World War II bomber campaigns or RimWorld? Started summer holidays. I thought you'd be able to. You not got to be like super busy doing like next year's plans, next year's teaching plans, or is that what you're doing while watching? So, what I'm thinking. I'm going to just take a quick duplicate of this in case it doesn't work quite how I want. But what I'm thinking is, if I were to take we can kind of fix that by doing that. If I were to take that and that and that, and then if I were to squish that down, that in one instance it would give us we could have a little bit more top lip. A little bit more top lip. That would be a thing. Still kind of got that shape going on. Just so it's pointing down at the moment, because at the moment it's a bit like outwards, whereas I kind of want it pointing a bit more downwards. You know, and we can still, if I just do that, that kind of, you know, that doesn't really change, does it? So if I put that there and bring them, and let's just get rid of this dude for now. We don't need this dude here at all, do we? Let's get rid of that dude. Maybe might show this off a bit, like the corner of the nostril, possibly hold that in there. Also might try and bring this in a bit just so it's not altering what I'm looking at for the purposes of the face. And you see on the other side too. So we can bring that in. Bring that all across. August Bonge's problems. Okay, so all the plans, all the learning plans. August, where you then just kind of go, oh my god. August Bonge will hate late July Bonge. I was just about to say. Just will most of August be like, oh god, why didn't you do this earlier? Love it. Love it. Yana, enjoy your lurkings. Enjoy your lurkings. So I might do something more like this. So that's brought down the size of the front of the schnoz. Sec. And yeah, if I do that, I don't think that will alter. I don't think that will alter the shape of the face, because we're not really having to move the mouth. We're not really having to move the mouth, and we're not having to move the brow either. So I think that's the route I'll go down for these guys. And I think I do prefer the slightly more downturned one. I'm very much thinking of kind of like from the side. Because like from the side, this one's probably going to be like, you know, if the brow's here, you know, you got your, I mean, I've still got to do the eye, haven't I? The way this one's out, it feels more like it's going to come out like that. And then, which is going to pull out the mouth a lot. Just with how high that is. I mean, I could do it like that. I could make it super short. But I don't know how I feel about that being super short. Like if I did bring it out like that and then quite sharply down like that, we've still got the cheek. Got the cheek there, then the mouth there. Whereas this one is... it being quite short, I think it will look kind of weird. I think it'll look kind of weird if I make it like that, because then it's got a very big plane there. Whereas... this one. This one we can bring it a bit further down as a nose. So more like that. So it's a little bit more like a human nose shape. And then the nostril will be there. Whereas on this one the nostril's going to be more there. Whereas the nostril on this one's more here, so it's still not going to be human looking. But in terms of like the side profile, that won't look quite as severe. Yeah, that's what I'll do. That is the plan. Plan. Maybe. What time are we on? Oh, it's nearly 12. Nearly 12. So, if I put this here... That's not too shabby. Not too shabby. Yeah, that fits on top reasonably well. Marvellous. Now we don't necessarily need to worry about that mouth. That mouth can come away for the moment. Slightly less aggressive mouth here. And then yeah, so that nostril, all that nostril back. I think one of the things that's always going to kind of keep this nostril looking a bit weird is, like obviously on mice, they have a lot more fur going on. So that's always going to be a tricky bit with this, I think. These might not come down quite as severely as that. Bring them so they're above the mouth. Like so. Ooh, that. Should I bring them out? Might bring them out from there instead, actually. That might make a bit more sense. Oh wait, no, I'm using completely the wrong thing. Completely the wrong thing. So let's push that out again. Okay. Okay. Today's Thursday, isn't it? Yeah, today's Thursday. Okay. So for anyone who wasn't here earlier, today is most likely going to be a arty thing all day. And there's a solid chance tomorrow is going to be an arty day. You know, which I appreciate it's a Friday. But at the moment, there's no games that are really leaping out at me to do. So probably going to be an art day tomorrow. Which I know some people prefer. So I don't think anyone's going to get mad if tomorrow is an arty day. But just a heads up. That's at the moment that is likely to be what it's going to be. But you know, I can never say for definite, because something might turn up in my mailbox. Something might turn up at my front door. I don't know. I don't think I've ever had a game at the front door. But you never know. Never say never. And I say never had a game at the front door. I'm kind of forgetting the pre-digital age. Oh, it definitely must be 12 o'clock, because Boreas has started his stream. For anyone who is super interested in gaming and has no interest in artwork, you should go check out Boreas. He's currently He's doing a RimWorld playthrough with the new DLC. A delightful chap. I will go on a break in a moment. Won't be a long break, just stretch my legs. Throw... I think it's a pork pie in my gob. And then we'll be back. Take away that for a second. So the shape is kind of coming together, and without the line art, I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all. So that's good. That looks... yeah, I don't totally hate that. It needs a little bit of tidying up on the nostrils, but overall, I don't hate how that looks at all. I think that kind of works. This may be the new face of the Saltmus. But we'll figure that out in a bit, because I'm going to walk away right now. Yeah. So, if you've been sat here as long as I have, please go and stretch your legs. Go get some hydration. If it's the appropriate time of day, go get yourself some food. If it's not the appropriate time of day, go check on your pets. If it's if you're at work, make sure you've done enough work to keep people away. If you're at home, make sure you've done some home things. You've got about 10-15 minutes to do some home things. And if you're working from home, it's the same advice as if you're working, do enough work to keep them away. So that's that. Longer I waffle, longer it'll take to get back. So, I shall see you in a few minutes. Hello! I've returned. Which is good, because otherwise this would get even more boring of a stream if I just never came back. Unless you really enjoy the music, and then I've kind of ruined everything. Now, because the summer weather has briefly dipped below 24 degrees, I have lost my mind. And therefore, I've made myself a cup of soup. I don't know why, but it just seemed appropriate with how cool it has become. So I'm going to enjoy this cup of soup. So how was everyone's lunchtime? Did you all have a good time? I also realised that we're in an ad break, so at least 3 of you have no idea that I'm talking. But that's okay. Ellen, you have no ads. Congratulations. I mean, the ads are gone now. Yeah, the ads are now officially gone for everyone. For at least, I can't remember how long they go for. They go for a certain amount of time. They leave us. 20 minutes. 20 minutes is how long they go for. Wait, is that right? Have I got my... I feel like I might have my ads set up wrong. I feel like they're meant to disappear for longer than that. Wait, what? When do they next run? We run a 2-minute ad break every 40 minutes. Yes. Which means we run... Wait. Hang on. What? Every 30 seconds of mid-roll grants you 10 minutes of no pre-roll. What are you doing to me, Twitch? We just run 2 minutes of ads. That should be 40 minutes of no pre-roll. Pre-roll ads for incoming viewers is fully disabled. What are we... I'm gonna have to keep an eye on this. I feel like Twitch might be... I feel like Twitch might be lying to me. Wait, now you have ads. Hold on. What? Oh wait, now we are... Oh, I don't know. I'm gonna keep an eye on the ads. I feel like the ads might be lying and screwing me over. I don't know. But anyway, I'll tell you what. Because we definitely know there are some ads apparently happening. Oh, wait, why does my ad goblin not work? What's going on? Oh my god, everything's breaking. Everything's falling apart. What's wrong with you? Why does this button not work? There we go, we have that button. That button's supposed to work. There we go. You're back again. Okay. We've got 9 seconds. 9 seconds of potential ads. 1 second of potential ads. And then all of the potential ads have apparently gone again. Now the stream manager says we've got no pre-rolls for at least an hour. So... I will try and keep a closer eye on that. I don't quite know what's going on there, but we'll see. We'll see. Something could be balked. It could just be something not refreshing properly. I don't know. But we're here now. But yeah, sorry, Helen, you asked me a question, didn't you? And then you were thrown into adverse. The cup of soup is the fact that I can't immediately tell you kind of shows you that the flavours are not that distinctive, are they? This is a cream of chicken soup with croutons, because I am posh. Yes, it is. It is the cream of chicken. For a moment, I was like, is it the cream of vegetable? No, it's the cream of chicken. But it does have the croutons, because they make me feel special. I do feel special when I have a crouton. So the goal right now is to consume it before the croutons go too soft. If you have a soft crouton, which is not a term for anything else, if you have a soft crouton, then you've taken too long to consume your soup. Equally, do not burn yourself in the efforts of trying to consume your soup fast enough. Such is the terror of having cuppa soups. The one bonus: no one does want a soft crouton. However, the bonus of a soft crouton is when you do have soft croutons, I don't have to worry about crunching down the microphone. Right now, I'm playing a little bit of crunch roulette with whether you guys just hear me crunching through croutons. But I think I'm far enough away that it doesn't pick them up. The other option is you scoop the croutons out with a spoon in an effort to eat them quicker. This is true. This is true. You could strategically just go, I shall consume all the croutons, then worry about the soup later. But I feel like if you do that, you're kind of missing part of the joy. Because there is a point. There is a point with cuppa soup croutons. Not with all croutons. Not with all croutons. But with cuppa soup croutons, there is a point where you do kind of like the outside edge becomes a little soft, and then there's a bit of a crunchy bomb inside the slightly softened outer edge, and I think that's peak cuppa soup crouton. Which you would not achieve if you just scooped them out really quickly. It is a balancing act. It is a balancing act. I shall conduct more research. Although I have been conducting research on these since I was introduced to them, I don't know, 25 years ago? Probably more like 30 years ago. Now, one thing I'm wondering about with this gnome is whether the tip of the nose should be slightly different colouring. I don't know whether I want to do that or not, though. I am undecided. But maybe about like there. Possibly. I'm also going to bring this. I'm going to bring the edges here. I'm going to push those out a bit as well. I'm going to bring these more in line with this line. I think that would make more sense. And I might push these lines back a bit more, just give like the merest hint that those exist. Just 'cause it's kind of the indentation on the top of the nose, which you see on the mice. But the thing is, it's one of those things where, because the mice have the fur, that's kind of what gives that shape. With the fur not being there, I kind of need to make it less prominent. Downside of a cup of soup for lunch. Can't really have it quickly. Like, forgetting the croutons. Even if there was no crouton. Well, I suppose if anything, the croutons kind of encourage you to drink this quicker. But then you've got how hot it is. And I don't really want to burn my mouth, because I need it. I use it every day. So I kind of don't want to burn it. But it does slow down the speed of finishing it. Because I also don't want it to be super cold either. Super cold's not going to be nice. To train your mouth to deal with scalding heat. Yes. If I continually have scalding hot drinks, eventually either the nerve endings will die off, or maybe scar tissue will go over the top of them, and yes, I'll train them that way. Because much like when I have a Bovril, although I do feel like Bovril cools down quicker, but like Bovril, you don't want to cold Bovril because the fat congeals. Like, you don't really want a cold cup of soup because then it just forms like that skin on the top. And it's not super pleasant. I'm trying to chase croutons now, so I'm having to turn this thing round to try and get to them. There, sneaky little bastards. Right, let's get rid of that. Also, don't need that anymore. I was thinking before, just when I was talking about these guys, I was thinking about drawing them. I mean, when I say thinking about drawing them, I was thinking about how I draw them. And I was thinking about the fact that these guys are about like one to 1.5 foot tall. Like the tallest of them get to 1.5 foot. And then I started thinking about like gnomish children. Like a lot of gnomish children, they're going to be about 1/2 foot. And then I was thinking about them in the dwarf cities. Because like the dwarf cities are dangerous for fully grown gnomes. Because, you know, they get under people's feet, they get kicked and trampled and quite easily. And so, what I'm thinking is gnomish children are probably not going to leave the house. And they're probably not going to leave the home for quite a long time. And I was also thinking about they probably have. I wonder if I'd refer to like when they probably have a litter. That's what I'm thinking. But yeah, anyway, I was thinking gnomish children probably stay in the home the whole time. So that could almost be a story in itself about when these gnomish children first leave the home, and they're in the gnomish they're in the dwarven city for the first time seeing it. Because that would be a hell of a thing to go from essentially a, you know, the home, the cave type thing that these guys live in, and then just come out, and not only you're coming out into a city filled with gnomes that, you know, people that are like your parents' height, you come out into the dwarven city to see like people that are up to like 7 foot tall. And just the structures and the doors. It would be terrifying. Gnomish children travel in hamster balls. I don't know how well that would work for safety, though. Yeah, it's those kind of like little details that are really kind of like interest me about creating lore for stuff. It's not necessarily like, I think I've said this before, like I write stories, and I need to get back into writing stories, but I often find I don't really care about the stories. Like the bigger picture, I don't necessarily care about the bigger picture, but I can be absolutely fascinated by talking about like a little detail, like why they have the kitchen stove the way they have it, or why the kids can't leave the house until they're fully grown, and even then that's a danger. Like that kind of stuff. Or like the world building. But when I do the world building, I also try and think of how could that be turned into a story. Like maybe like you could have a story about either like when a gnome grows up enough to finally leave the nest. It would feel a little bit like, because I suppose the other way would be, say, like if a gnome snuck out before they were fully grown, but that would feel a bit too cliche, I think. I'm thinking more like, is it the, I can't remember if it's, I think it's the Amish. I was going to say Mormons, but I think it's the Amish who, when they get to like their middle-ish teen years, oh sorry, no, it's either like when, sorry, not their middle to late teen years. I can't remember the exact age for the Amish, but they go like on a wander, and the wander is so that they can see the world before they make the decision to like permanently stay in the Amish life. So they go and travel and see the world before essentially, like, you know, walking away from all the technology and stuff and going back to the Amish. And I think it's the Amish. I don't think it's Mormons. I'm pretty sure it's not Mormons. I'm pretty sure it's the Amish. And so they have like this journey to see what's in the outside world, and then they make a decision. Is the outside world war for them? And if they go to it, I think they kind of like, that's it. Like they don't go. I'm sure they can visit. I'd be amazed if they couldn't visit, but I don't think they're encouraged to like come back to the family. But they can just leave, or they can go back. But if they go back, that's it. Like they're locked into the life. And I can almost imagine something like that with like the gnomes when they like come of age. Not so much that they have to make a decision, maybe, because maybe not so much that they have to make a decision, but just that idea of like going into a world that is just completely like different to what they've grown up with for their life. And I think that's what I'm kind of thinking of with these guys. But yeah, Right, hang on. Let me go and get rid of this. Because one of the other things as well that's terrible about copper soups is if you don't immediately go and put water in them afterwards, this turns to concrete. Any residue turns to concrete. So just give me 1 sec. But while not necessarily travelling around in hamster balls, I do envisage, and I did start drawing it at one point, but like when I eventually get round to getting better at drawing landscape stuff, with like the cities, the dwarven cities. So if you imagine this is a street, imagine this is a street in a dwarven city, and it's have some kind of an entrance to another part of the city going through there, because obviously it's under a mountain, so you know it's going to be a lot of like cavey bits. But if you imagine this is probably, we'll say it's probably about 8 foot, which means the gnome's going to be about here, I think. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, actually, maybe a little bit taller. Maybe a little bit taller. Let's do this a bit more. Let's do this a little bit more properly. Say a little bit properly, not completely properly. But if we say the corridor is maybe 8 foot tall, it might even be bigger than that because the dwarves might make it a bit more grand. But then we're still saying like a gnome. A gnome in terms of like how big they are in the corridor is gonna be best will in the world. They're gonna be about this tall. The dwarves are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The dwarves, so even with a dwarf, like a dwarf is going to be there. Human's going to be there. It's like a dwarf, and so their legs, 1, 2, 3. So like a human's legs are going to be up to, this human waist is going to be up to about there. Dwarfish waist is probably going to be around there. So like these guys, even at their tallest, are generally kind of like at the knee level or below the knee level. And so I did a drawing ages ago, which I'll go back to at some point, or maybe even just start it again. But I kind of envisaged, like, you know, say like, so there's a shop. So there was a shop built into the walls here. You know, we're going with, I don't know what, we're going with vaulted ceilings right now. You know, kind of like that. So you imagine like a shop's there. Or actually, sorry, no, because a dwarf. So a shop's going to be, shop counter's going to be about there, because it'll be more, you know, fit for dwarf height, being that that's it's a dwarf city. So it's going to be about there. But even then, you know, the little gnomes are down here. And so one of the things that I started drawing was kind of like, how do the gnomes fit in this world? And I don't know whether it'd cause any kind of contention or anything, but essentially what's one of the things that'll happen is kind of like dwarves will buy a home and they'll buy a, you know, potentially a business premises, whereas the gnomes would club together but just buy a shop premises, and then downstairs probably the entrance to where they live, maybe some windows or something, maybe down at this level, though, you know, so kind of like they'll like convert the bottom half into a home for the gnomes because of how tall they are, and then the top half I kind of imagine like the shelving, like dwarves might have one or two shelves, but like gnomes I can imagine having loads of shelving, and then they'll have like stairs, and they'll have stairs that they'll, you know, so like their shop will probably have like a whole bunch of gnomes in it running around doing stuff. And then I was thinking about, based on dwarves being about this height, possibly having like coming out, like bring this out to here. This comes out to here, and they're essentially being just an entire separate, smallish gnome highway, which would then come out to about here. And I was even thinking, like, would they have it going across the? They probably wouldn't have it going across the front of the shop, because that would be going across the front of the shop. So there's a solid chance they might actually build it out. And so this walkway might go across the top of the shops, which some people will probably hate, because it's going to like get in the way of the dwarven architecture. Some people might be a bit snobby about it. And also some dwarves probably won't like this walkway because it's, you know, it might be at a height where they're walking into it. But I was kind of thinking of doing this, of like some of the dwarf city being adapted. Some of the dwarf city being adapted for the gnomes to walk around, and kind of like it's at the head height so they can talk to dwarves. Because it's just too dangerous for them. It's too dangerous for them to be down at this level. Because they'll just get trod on. They'll get, you know, they won't be able to get anyone's attention. It's like even the entrance to the home at the bottom down here probably would not, they probably wouldn't actually have a door here. The door would probably be on the other side. So I had a thing about that ages ago. So yeah, not hamster balls, but I have thought about how the dwarves would get around the city. If I got it? Where have I got it? I swear I find out I just didn't save it. Is it you? So yeah, so I kind of like this again, it was just like the dwarf street. And then, oh yeah, there was going to be a little bit of a drain, which the gnomes might actually, oh, that was it. I think I said at some point, maybe the gnomes, if they were having to go along on ground level, they might actually use the drains, because the drains are big enough for them to run through. But there's like the gnomish shop, and then underneath is the gnomish house. But there's like the shelves and the ladders to get up, and then there's the walkway, which has to go over the doorways and stuff, and that actually ends up being a bridge, so they can get across the road so they can get across the street. Oh, and I did actually. Here we go. I did right over here. I said this was the whole thing about potentially being like, if that was going into the drain, so that'd be like the bridge coming across. What would they do? Oh wait, sorry, no. This is not what this is. This is not what this is. This was the decision that I was just talking about, which was also hello, Lemon Draws. Hello. How you doing? This was kind of like me trying to think about, would they have a platform sticking out, which would obviously decrease the size of the walking paths, not great for everyone else who might walk into them, or would they actually chisel into the stonework to give themselves somewhere to walk that wasn't in the way of the people walking? And so there might be a bit of a play between both of these, because in some cases some people might not like the idea of them chiseling into the stonework, but in some cases this sticking out at head height could really get in the way. But yeah, so gnomes are about here, which means, like, you know, children gnomes are even smaller. Like, they're barely going to be getting up to the top of people's boots in some cases. So yeah, that was one of the things I was just thinking about during lunchtime, was how do, like, and so what I started thinking about was I started thinking about this whole idea of gnomish children don't leave the home until they're until they're tall enough. Maybe it might even not be a thing of until they're old enough. It might be until they're tall enough. Yeah. Anyway, there you go. There's insight into how my brain works. It goes off in directions. But yeah, in terms of like tunnels and stuff, so like potentially them using the sewers is because of where the gnomes have come from. The idea of using the sewers wouldn't actually really bother them that much. Like, they've come from nature. You know, they lived in the forest and they lived at one with nature. So one of the things that helps them kind of fit in with dwarf society is they actually take on some of the jobs that other people think is like super unpleasant. And for the gnomes, they're just like, this is just life. This is just how life works. So if they were to be in the sewers, you might be there thinking, oh, but there might be like waste and stuff in the sewers. For a lot of gnomes, they don't care. They don't care because they're just like, well, this is just, you know, everybody poops. Not that they're going to go and wallow in it, but they equally, it's It's not like it's not quite the barrier that maybe some other societies would see. So the idea of, and with how much safer it would be to go through the sewers, and they're more about, hey, do I get to live to see another day, over is there poop on my walk to work. And so some of the jobs that the gnomes have taken on in dwarven society, like sanitation is one of them. Sanitation is one of the jobs that the gnomes have taken on in dwarf society, for the most part, because they just see it as part of, it's just life. It's just life. That's what they see it as, and so it doesn't bother them. And it's one of those things that's kind of like, so the dwarves are very about, the dwarves get on with pretty much, the dwarves will get on with anyone as long as that person is benefiting society. Like if everyone's working towards the benefit of society and trying to actively improve it, dwarves are cool. Dwarves are cool with you. It's only when when people, like, so a little bit like with like the elves, where the elves are very much about themselves. The dwarves don't get on as well with them because they don't tend to work for the betterment of everyone. They tend to just work for the betterment of them, and they don't really care. As long as you're contributing to society, dwarves are cool with you. And so when the gnomes came along, the gnomes started picking up jobs that the dwarves saw as useful, and so they're totally cool with the gnomes on the whole. What was that? What? Phone's just being a bit attention seeky. Lemon, do I want to check your art and tell you anything you need to change? I mean, remember, I'm not like any kind of like professional person. So I shouldn't really tell you that you need to change anything. I shouldn't be telling you that you should be changing anything. It's on your channel. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Let's have a look, see. Oh, these are your shorts? Doing like the anime and manga stuff. It's not a case of it looking bad. It's not bad. It's not looking bad. It looks fun. But what I would say is, like, I'm not someone who is very good at drawing anime. So if you're after like critique and stuff, I'm probably not the best person, because I don't draw anime well enough to kind of really understand it. Like, the thing is, like, I'd be advising you from the point of view of potentially how I draw. And the worst bit is, I can't really tell you how I draw. I can't even tell you how I draw myself. Yeah, I'm just looking through. Like, your Gohan and Goku looks great. That I immediately recognize like your Goku stuff. But that, I mean, I tell you what, that would probably be the that would be one of the important things. Is kind of like, you know, always make sure that if you're seeking critique, that they're in the same, because you don't want to get, you know, you won't want to get recommended. You won't want to get recommended to do something that would then kind of like destroy the style you're developing. But then you see, I can see like you've done you've done a brain and an eye. See, now you're doing technical drawings. I can't do friggin' technical drawings. I can't do the technicals. But I recognise them. You know the little cross section you've done of an ear? And I'm like just really tempted, even though it would be terrible, just to take a finger and just that. Even though it's a drawing. Even though it's a drawing. But yeah, it's very easy. It's very easy as like someone doing art. Like if you feel like you were just saying there, like you were there going, it's terrible. It's always going to happen. That is always going to happen with you as an artist. You doing art, you're always going to have issues with your own art. It's always going to be a thing. Yours aren't technical. 8. No. You did a cross section of an eye. You did a cross section of the eye, and you did a cross section of the ear. Those are like straight out of science class. But yeah, coming back to the thing, as when you draw art, you're generally going to be hypercritical of your own art, and that's because you're comparing it to other people's art. It's important when you're comparing your art to other people's. Like, comparing your art to other people's is okay if you're looking at it from the perspective of wanting to improve. What's also important is if you're saying your art, if you're not happy with your art, try and understand why you're not happy with it. Not just my art's not good enough. Try and understand why it's not good enough. Try and articulate what you think's wrong with it. The short is not yours. You have stolen art. Art thief. Art thief. So that's not yours. Okay. But the Goku one's yours, right? I feel like this has gone a bit too white. I need to bring this back. I need to bring the colour back. I'm bringing colour back. Yeah. Your art stuff is on a different channel. Well, which channel's your art stuff on? I went to Lemon Draws. I went to the Lemon Draws channel. You're not... Are you telling me that's not you? We have been hoodwinked. Now, this was something I meant to say to Jayu on Tuesday, and I forgot when we were talking about light and shadow. Sometimes it can be really useful, if you're doing something that's quite light, to put a dark background on it. Because sometimes when it's on a light background, it can become harder to see what you're actually trying to do. I forgot to tell them that, and when they're next in I need to tell them that. It's called Lemon Draws with an underscore. That's where I am. That's where I am. Lemon Draws with an underscore, with the name of the yapping artist. That isn't your channel. I mean, that's the @lemon underscore draws. So that's why I went there. Lion. Or Lean. Lion. I'm still not pronouncing your name correctly, but I'm going to carry on pronouncing it in many different ways. So, Lion, hi. How you doing? Your art has got FR at the end. Oh, that's a whole extra set of letters, isn't it? Let's go there. Let's go there. So here I am talking about Goku, and you're like, well, who the hell is Goku? Who's Goku? No idea. I mean, I would see the image, but the camera's currently doing this. I gotta get my pause game. Gotta get my pause game on track. Okay, so everything I said still applies though. You're not gonna like your own drawing. That is a fact. you're not gonna like your own drawing, and the reason is because you always want to improve, and so that's good because you always want to improve. Make sure when you're trying to improve, the point still stands. Make sure when you're trying to improve that you got a goal in terms of what direction to improve in. Like, are you going for a particular style? Are you trying to emulate a style that another artist used? Not necessarily trying to emulate an artist. That's something that's important. You don't necessarily just want to just copy another artist. But understand the style that they draw from is definitely an important thing. Those two things are a bit different, but it's kind of nuanced in terms of trying to understand how that is. So if you're not happy with your drawings, try and work out. And so this is. So I do have a point. I realize it takes me ages to get to a point. but I do have a point. So, what, when you're, you know, like when you're asking someone for critique, not necessarily the worst thing in the world, not a terrible thing to ask someone for critique, but if I were to look at these, so at the moment you're going for more of a cartoon style. We got Michael Simpson. I see this. The camera's still all there. I want to see the artwork. There you go. I tell you what. Here we go. Here's your first area of improvement. Less camera wiggle. Less camera wiggle. So if you're trying to go down a cartoon style, drawing cartoons is an art in itself. Like it's a tech, and that might sound like a really obvious thing, but doing cartoons is an art in itself. And the worst bit is, going between cartoons, they have different styles. If you're asking someone for critique, you kind of need to, it's important to get critique from someone who is drawing the way you want to draw. So at the moment we've got like cartoons going on, so me critiquing and potentially telling you to do something like this is probably going to be wrong, because this is, you know, we're trying to move away from, I'm trying to move away from like cartoony stuff. So like in terms of what I would probably, you know, like I could tell you to draw like this might not be how you want to draw. I think one of the other things as well is, you'll have a problem with asking someone for a critique from the point of view of they could tell you to do something and you're not going to understand what it means. I have done this. I have done this. So this is from complete personal experience. Asking someone to critique your work can sometimes be what's the opposite? A hindrance. Sometimes asking someone to critique your work can be a hindrance, because you won't necessarily understand what they suggest for improving. What I think is generally a better way over asking people for critique is understanding what understanding what you're trying to achieve. So if you're not, so we come back to your stuff looked. You were saying it looks bad. Now, if it looks bad to you, can you tell me why you think it looks bad? Because if you can't tell me why you think it looks bad, you probably aren't going to get as much benefit from, you're probably not going to get as much benefit from critique as you'd like. And you have to go. Well, thank you very much for dropping by. More questions, I'm happy to throw them at me. I just take ages to answer, unfortunately. It's a curse, but I take ages to answer things because I try to answer them as full as possible. Also, Lion, thank you very much for subscribing to the channel. I can. Nope. I scrolled so much there that I scrolled to a whole different page. Yana, remember you doodled for a while a few days ago and liked how the clouds turned out? Yes. Have you done more clouds? Is this you making the most of the cloudy and rainy weather? Like, I don't like you, but I'm gonna draw you. I'm gonna make you work for me. You doodled again yesterday, and this time you could not recreate it, but somehow Stormy Sea ended up being in your head as a topic. Okay. So, did you end up with... What did you end up with at the end? Have you kind of... Did you end up turning it into something more like a finished thing? So trying a bit of Stormy Sea with the huge clouds, waving storms? Yeah, okay, cool, cool. You'll throw it in Discord. 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 It's not there yet. I am unbelievably upset. But yeah, Yana, that whole thing of like you've drawn something with... I could definitely relate to that. Drawing something once and then not really being able to recreate it, frustrating as hell. Because you're like, I know I can do this because I've done it before. Yeah. Clouds. Clouds are such a thing in terms of like drawing. Clouds are one of those things, like I think I've talked before about, you know, if you just draw a hand, like if you stenciled out a hand, it would look wrong. It would not look right. Clouds are kind of the same. Like you know, because of where I've got this set up, I'll generally, when I'm not streaming, I'll have the curtains open. And one of the things that I will always look at for ages, because I would love to be able to draw them better, is clouds. And sometimes I look at clouds and I'm like, do you know what, if I did that cloud exactly as that cloud looks like, people would just be questioning me, going, why the hell are you drawing a cloud like that? That's not what clouds look like. And I'll just be like going, no, this is exactly how I saw a cloud a few days ago. It really did look like this. I think clouds do it on purpose. I really do. Show me. Storm. And we have a boat. And we have a boat. And we have birds. Nice. Nice. And yeah. I like it. I like it. And super importantly, Yana, are you having fun doing it? Relaxing. That's good. That's good. These eyebrows are different heights, aren't they? They're different heights. You done a relaxing pic with funny looking clouds. Nice. But yeah, I look at clouds. I wonder if I did keep hold of that picture. And there was some. Oh, where are they? Oh, it can't be this far back. This is December. Oh, maybe I didn't. Oh no. Oh, I haven't got the picture of the clouds I'm thinking of. But the clouds they just wouldn't have worked. Like I'd say, if I'd made a picture of them, people would have been like, "That's not clouds." Nope. Don't know what I've done with that image. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, those clouds are definitely a thing. To try and draw them, try and paint them. Like you feel like the feedback on those clouds would be kind of like, you probably should draw more of them. They're a bit too spotty and small. Probably should draw more because this doesn't look like real cloud. Yeah, but yeah, in terms of like drawing, yeah, clouds are on the list of things that are a nemesis. Now, this is going really well, he says. I feel like if I announce it to all of you, then you should know too. This is going really well. I'm quite happy with how this head is coming together. So if it goes wrong after this point, just know that I tried. Just know that. Sort that nostril. I'm wondering whether I sort that nostril. To flare out that way. Problem I have is I feel like that looks a bit too. I'm going to do that just so it doesn't look quite as squared off. Strange. I've not watched any of Strange New Worlds. I'll tell you what, if anyone's in chat right now who doesn't want Strange New World spoilers, please, you've got 2 minutes to speak up if you don't want any Strange New World spoilers. Otherwise, there might be Strange New World spoilers in about 2 minutes. I think Strange New Worlds was on Paramount, I think. Which, you know what, I think that was another reason why I was thinking about getting Paramount Plus, because I think Strange New Worlds was on it. I was like, oh, I could watch that. But I've resisted so far. Jayu! Jayu, you're here. It's like I summoned you by saying your name. Are you a being controlled by your name? Have you... does anyone have this power, or is it just me? That I can summon people with just their names? But Yana, it's been a few minutes. Yeah, if you got like spoilers. The only thing I would say about that, if you do spoilers, there's a solid chance it won't mean anything to me, unfortunately, because I've not seen any of Strange New Worlds. But if it's exciting, go for it. But Jayu, we were talking about it was on Tuesday, wasn't it? You were asking me about like light and shadow. And I realised, probably about an hour after the stream, that one of my most important takeaways from Light and Shadow, I didn't tell you. Which is obviously kind of pointless, really, isn't it? If I don't, you're there going, hey, can you give me tips about Light and Shadow? Yes, and I shall not tell you about probably one of the most important things I have ever taken away with Light and Shadow. Yana, episode 303 is to have zombies, is it? Ooh. Does this mean I have to get Paramount Plus now? Maybe. The person thought it was the worst ever. Oh dear. Well, that's just because they don't understand the joy of zombies. But yeah, Jayu, if you are there, let me know, and I'll do my because I appreciate yesterday. On Tuesday, I think I waffled a lot, and so I realise a lot of stuff will probably have been complete meaningless. But I think this bit about Light and Shadow is important. So if you are there, I will go over it. Season 1 was good. Yeah, it kind of sucks that, doesn't it, when the first season is good. Yeah, it's a bit like it's like The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead just got steadily worse as time went on. But then you almost feel obliged to carry on watching, because you're like, I've committed now. I've committed to watching this show. I will watch the rest of it. Ju, Peak is under £10. Bit of a silly game. I have Peak. I have Peak. I have. I didn't do it on this channel. I did it over on Practical Rook's channel. But yeah, we did a bit of Peak. Definitely, I can't ever see myself really playing Peak on my own. Can't see myself ever playing Peak on my own. But yeah, like as a co-op game, good fun. Good fun. You're only going to clean the kitchen. Enjoy as much as you can. I think this is still coming together right. I'm not really happy with this nostril. This one I think I'm okay with. This one's a bit of a mess. Which is a bit annoying. Almost like the cloud conversation before. I've done one, why can't I do the second one? Yeah, well, I was saying before, I was debating whether I wanted to maybe make the nose a different colour. Possibly add a bit of pink to it. I think I'm gonna leave it as it is. I think I am. I'm gonna leave it as it is. Right. Let's grab this. Silly little mortal. That's a hell of a name. Well, hello, hello. Hello, hello, over on the YouTubes. I hope you are well. And if you like my art, thank you very much. We are attempting to make more arts. A little bit at a time. In fact, while I keep looking at it, let's fix it now. So, what was there? Oh, yeah, okay. So that started there. It's kind of like this corner kind of started in the right spot, but then this bit down here. This might have been from when I redrew the nose. Yeah, when I redrew the nose, this might be where this went wrong. Because the top, yeah, the top is kind of where I need it to be. So it might not actually be too difficult. Might not be too tricky to actually just bring that down a bit. Or maybe it will be, because I'm going to use the wrong brush. And then that needs bringing down a bit. That's more in place. I think what I want to do, I'm going to get rid of that. And then this side's definitely in the light. I might just bring just this edge just a smidgen darker, just to help show the shape of that brow. I think. And Yana, welcome back. Oh. Hmm. I don't know if this is going to work. Don't know if this is going to work, but I'm going to try. I'm going to... Basically, at the moment, kind of, we've been in kind of like the orange zone. The orange zone of colours. I'm going to... I've shifted it around a bit into the red. I think that's going to be too much. Just the merest hint, just to kind of show it being different from the skin. I think that's going to be too much. But maybe... Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. That did not work. Okay. Wait, why did you not undo? I demand that you undo, or I'll delete you in another way. I'll just delete you like that. Now what are you gonna do? Me. I have the power. Okay. Let's... Let's grab. Let's grab. Ye Old Faithful. Maybe. Where is me? Right. So what, that'll probably work. Give me that. Insert as a new layer. Whoa, look at that. What a beautiful face. Okay. Now, I don't need the whole face. Don't need the whole of it. I just need that bit. It's a bit easier to manage. Oh, it's not easier to manage because there's still loads of it off screen. There we go. Easier to manage. Although that's a bit more... That's probably not going to work, is it? Because if I grab that... I think it's going to be too much. It's going to be too much, isn't it? It's very pink, isn't it? Alright, never mind. We will not use me, because I apparently have beautiful, beautiful, heavily pink lips. So, let's forget that. I wonder if I do a bit of a blend between these two, though, if I can find a happy medium. I blend these two together. How do we feel about this? What if I grabbed you? What if I grabbed you and I just went bloop, bloop. And then if I kind of blend these two together, what do we kind of end up with? Or do you just take over? And if I did that, we may have a solution. We may have a solution. If in doubt, will it blend? Still not sure if I'm entirely happy with it, but I'm happier with it. Not necessarily happy, but happier to at least get it something started. Especially on this side, which needs to be darker anyway. How do I feel about that? I don't know. Still don't know if I'm necessarily happy with that. So it needs to come out way further, doesn't it? Now it's there. Now it's there. I don't know if I like it. like it's still standing out a bit too much. Possibly. Hmm. Stay there for now until I find something better. Yana, Naples yellow. Wait, Naples yellow? Right. At some point I'm going to have to do these eyes as well, aren't I? I'm going to have to bite the bullet. Oh, no, no, no. Wrong brush. Wrong brush. Not what I meant to do. Man, it's fine. We're okay. Don't panic. Don't panic, Mr. Mandarin. Okay. I'll tell you what. No one tell Yana. But I'm going to hit save for the first time today. It's just between us. I am probably going to wrap up about 3 o'clock today. I can kind of feel myself slowing. Like, I feel like I've made great progress. I think this has been really good progress today. I'm very happy with how this is turning out. Yes, I have avoided the eyes. I'm very aware that I've avoided the eyes. We're not going to talk about the eyes. But I am noting that I'm slowing down right now. So we're not finishing just yet, but in the nearish future. And then what I should do, remember that it's an important word, should. Should is a really important word. What I should do is spend the time between 3 and 4 putting things on social media. That's what I should do. So hopefully my brain doesn't switch off as soon as I finish stream. And I do that. Doesn't mean it all needs to go live. I need to get it scheduled. Is what I need to do. I need to get stuff scheduled, because then the beauty of scheduling things is I can forget about them. I can forget about them and they still happen. Oh, dear me. Right. Yeah, I definitely want to come back and finish off like the face on this and stuff. Just having done a few bits on that gnome there. I also think I really want to change the boots. I think the boots look terrible. I need to change that to something a bit more notable. I also think I need to give this a bit of the tongue on the front. Bit of a tongue on the front. I just can't stop yawning. I don't know why I'm yawning. It's not like I've not had sleep. Okay, right. I'm going to take that off my... yes. Save. Yes. I'm going to take that off my screen. I'm going to take that off my screen. And so... let's take a goosey. What was, and it was a long time ago, change that to that. Right. Yeah, what was the last thing I posted? Okay, I need a list. I need a list, guys. We need a list. A list. We haven't had a handwritten list in ages. Right, give me that. The bane of my existence. Lists and then forgetting they exist. Forget the list exists. Out of the way. To do. So, Kofi. Insta. Kofi and Insta. That's really the only place I need to post these things. So I'll tell you what, we'll swap. We'll give them both a bit more space. Oh wait, no, I suppose Twitter. Twits. The twits. Twits. So, Kofi, the last thing I posted on there was put a tick by that, but I've never actually done bits over here, so I need I need 2. That's the same. Those need to happen there as well. Then, after that, what have I done? What have I done after that? We've had... So like that's kind of its own thing. That needs setting up. Lord Elster, what we're doing, we're just I think I've done enough artings for today, so I'm just having a quick look-see for stuff that I should post on social media. What did I do between Thumbs' D&D thing and Dune? Did I do anything between those two? I can't remember. Like, genuinely, I can't remember. Did we have any separate art bits that we did between those two? We had... Oh, I suppose there was some of the bits I did for the mech game, wasn't there? I don't know if any of that is really postable. Tell you what, let's put mech, and I'll have a look. I don't know if any of that's really postable. I suppose there's being that they weren't on the shop yet. Free gnome packs. Free gnome packs, which needs to go on all 3. Times 3. Bosh. What else have we got? So then there's the I don't think I ever posted... Hold on. Did I ever post the one I did for Rando? Hold on. Because that one was years back. That one was years ago. Did I ever post that one? Oh my god, there's only a whip. There's like a whip from... I never posted that one. Holy moly. Okay. Anywhere. I didn't post it anywhere. Rando, D&D. So that needs to go on Kofi. We need 2 whips. 1 partial. The idea of doing the partial images is to kind of go, you can see the fuller image over on Kofi. That's the idea of those. So those need to happen. I believe it. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. What was that? Yeah, no, not gonna post that one. Let's see. What else needs to go up? Oh, look, there's like the original Itch and Kin. Okay, yeah, Itch and Kin I need to have a think about. What else have we got going on here? I'm only really looking at what I've ever posted on Insta. So on Insta there was a load of the gnomes. And it kind of shows you how long it is since I post on stuff on Instagram, because it's referring to... It's referring to my Patreon. And Patreon hasn't existed for, I think, like 2 years. Brilliant. Brilliant. Okay. What else is in here that would be postable? And there's that Eskia one, which will get posted somewhere. So, 2... Not you. What else is here? Maybe just some old stuff as well. Because I realise there's loads of stuff that is not... I think it's because when I was doing the Instagram, when I kind of really... and this shows you kind of like how long it is since I've really done the Instagram. Like, the Instagram is so old that I kind of was resisting putting arty bits on there, because I was always debating about whether the art channel, whether I'd have a separate Insta for artwork. So maybe I need to have some blasts from the past just to get them on there, and also to get them on Kofi. Like, they need to be on Kofi as well. So and then, okay, so before I forget them, so Dune, And then in terms of blasts from the past, let's literally call them blasts from the past. Blasts from the past. Maybe. Actually, no, do you know what? Let's not worry about that right now. You do know that Insta and Facebook feed their AI. Yeah, so does Twitter. But unfortunately, if I want people to see it, I ain't got a lot of choice. And then maybe I'll grab some stuff from Gnome Land. Yeah, don't worry about that. These will be anyway. So if this was like, if I count this for like a week each. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe like a month of posts. Maybe a month of posts there. I can look at that this afternoon. I can get those prepped. And so I'll do some partial images and some whippies. And I'll go from there. Lord Ilston. We're creating monsters. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Anyway, right. Yeah, I'll do those. How long have we got? We've got 15 minutes. Oh god, not Mastodon. No. Not Mastodon. No, I'm sorry. No. No. Oh my god. Right. I can prep those now. Thumbs. I've already lost it. Let's go with that. Go with that. Let's grab that. Let's grab that. So like my plan, in terms of like partials, I'm thinking an 8566. What a weird format. What a weird format. 566. Alright, I'll go with that. Small, isn't it? Way small, actually. No, it'll be smaller because I've grabbed it from the thing. Let's see how that goes. It goes. I think that's going to get too pixelated. It's going to end up too pixelated. Yeah, I don't like that. Forget that. Get that. I need. Not you. I need the flat image. Give me that. Actually, do you know what? No, do you know what would make way more sense? What would make way more sense would be to go to that, and grab that, do that, and then at least I've got the sizing. Ooh. That's... Give me that. That's probably better than that one. So we'll probably go with that. I mean, I could put, to be fair, if I put a signature on it, it'd be easy enough to remove the signature. And then, yeah, watermarks are a whole thing. I'd have to work out somewhere to put it. In terms of like the signature, having to like, you know, I'd have to put it on like the leg or something. But at the end, I mean, to be fair, yeah, no, stuff's gonna get stolen. It's gonna get stolen. It's like, it's a pain in the bum, but it's just kind of what's gonna happen. Oh wait, no, I needed that. I didn't mean to close that. I meant to... Oh no, wait, Critter's freaking out. Okay. Critter might not want to do any of this right now. It's currently doing the Wheel of Death. I say the Wheel of Death. It's not really the Wheel of Death. It's the Wheel of Waiting. It's more about whether you're prepared to wait for the Wheel of Waiting. And if you're not prepared to wait for the Wheel of Waiting, it turns into the Wheel of Death. There we go. Okay. Wheel of Death is okay. It's just the Wheel of Waiting. So you... Did I ever have? So I kind of want... don't know if I ever actually had a sketch of this, or whether I just did it. The looks of this, I just did it. I don't appear to have a sketch. Oh no, there it is. There it is. Okay, no. You gonna turn on? Maybe, maybe not. So that's that. Easy fix that. That's there. What if that goes to there? No, those two are together. That's unfortunate. Like, I kind of want to have the sketch, but there's almost a bit too much noise. Then if I save as, don't need the alpha, that's not important. Then, if if I get rid of the sketch and oh damn. Okay. Face backpack. You're going to buy some white and a tubicin point to accentuate the waves. Oh, just for like on the tips, on the fronty bits. Uh, 108. One of them. Close you. Oh, critters having a wobble. Or not. Wait, am I allowed? No, critter. 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 Oh no, it's doing the wheel of thinking. Tell you what, if I give it nicer names, maybe it'll work quicker. I'll give it nicer names. We'll call it the wheel of thinking rather than the wheel of death. Thinking about it. Okay, we're on 3. So yeah, so I mean, this is just what I'm going to carry on doing for like the next hour or so. Tonight, over with Mr. Rook, I believe. Don't know what we're actually streaming tonight. We're kind of struggling, like Rook's struggling a little bit with games the same way I am. So I don't know exactly what we're doing, but I'll probably, if we are doing something, I'll be over there, obviously. Tomorrow, I don't really have a game in mind, so there's a solid chance tomorrow will just be another day of arting and doing arty type things. Try and keep the momentum, a little bit like what we were talking about with Ash before. Just try new approaches to getting art done, and so yeah, trying to keep the momentum going as best as I can. So yeah, solid chance tomorrow will be an arting day. The cowboy one, yeah, I need to test the cowboy game. So yeah, I'll see. Oh god, it's already got an update. Yana. There's already an update on it, so I'll have to download that update and see what it is. Bungie cowboy game, Cowboy Life Simulator. I have access to the playtest. I'm not going to try and claim that it was really hard to get access to the playtest though. I just said request access and they came back with yes. Not even on an email. On Steam, it just went, would you like to apply for access to our playtest? I went, apply. And they went, yes, you can install it now. That was it. So yeah, Cowboy Life Simulator is the name of the game. So maybe what we could do, I'll have a think. We could either start the stream with that, see how it goes, and then finish off the rest of the day with artwork. Or maybe I'd have to do it that way around, because I don't know how much content there would be to do with that. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I need to test that some point before tomorrow. But yeah, we might start tomorrow with that and see how long it goes for, and if, depending how it goes, we'll just switch to art for the rest of the day. Yeah, so that's that, guys. I don't think there's anything else that I need to say. I think that's it. I think we're all done. And now we're just in waffling mode. So, we're in an ad break. We've got 30 seconds before the end of the ad break. We'll wait till the end of the ad break, and then we'll leave. We'll leave once the ads are done. Let's grab you. Insert a new layer. Grab you. Oh, look how it didn't resize that at all. Good job. Or you could not. That's another option. Thanks, Critter. If I make it a little bit larger, how do you feel about it now? You're okay with it now? Okay, thanks, Critter. Right, there we go. There's that. We have adverts. We're out of adverts. Okay. Yeah, so that's it. Tomorrow we'll see if it's going to be Cowboy Simulator and we can fall into artwork if not. And that's that. That's all the things.
Let's all have a cup of tea.
Hello, Mextron. You've arrived just in time for the outro. But I will, just so you don't think you've been screwed out of points. It's hydration. There you go. Mextron, you just woke up. Welcome to the world of the awakeness. Bungie, there's another cowboy game out there, Saloon Simulator. I have Saloon Simulator on my wish list. Saloon Simulator is on my wish list. I'm keeping an eye on that one. I'm very intrigued. Wait, can I actually get Saloon Simulator cheaper? I think I can. I think I can get Saloon Simulator cheaper because it's in a bundle with Gas Station Simulator, but I already own it. What a coup. I could save myself an additional £1.50 if I were to get that. Played the demo. Oh, did they used to have a demo for Saloon Simulator? They have, unfortunately, they haven't got one right now. But yeah, that one's on my wish list because that way, it's, you know, simulator games are kind of, simulator games are fun. I'm just curious about how much it leads into, like, Saloon Simulator talks about having to delve into, like, crime, the crime side of the frontier as well, which I'm intrigued by. They had something, maybe a prologue. There is. Do you know what, Bonge? You are correct. You are correct, Bonge. There is Saloon Simulator Prologue. So what? Let's add that in. All right, there you go. Maybe tomorrow will be a cowboy day. Maybe that's what tomorrow will be. Tomorrow will just be all about cowboys. I don't have a cowboy hat. I have a bushman's hat, so that's not quite the same thing, is it? But they're vaguely similar. I wonder if Cowboy Life will be better than Wild West Dynasty. Having never played Wild West Dynasty, I will work on. I think you did say, actually. I think you've said before that one was not great. I do like the cowboy era, the frontiersman era. I am a fan. But I don't come across a lot of things that super interest me, and I'm aware that Red Dead Redemption is currently on sale. Red Dead Redemption 2 specifically is currently on sale, but I just don't know if I would stream it, so I'm kind of avoiding buying that. I kind of just want. I'd like a Frontiers game where you kind of like you build a frontier town, but they don't tend to be any that I've ever seen don't often are not very good. You should watch tomorrow and pass Wild Adjustments. You're playing it now. Wait, what? The prologue? I will be. Yeah. Oh look, there's a Wild West Supermarket Simulator. Some people really, just the way they name these things. Wild West Supermarket Simulator. Westland Survival. No, oh, you're playing Wild West Dynasty now. Okay. I thought you said you didn't like it. I thought you were not a fan. But you're playing it now. I am confused. But I feel like we have talked about it in the past. And if it wasn't with you, I've definitely talked about Wild West Dynasty with someone. The reason why I think it was yourself was because I think it was when you were streaming Medieval Dynasty. We got talking about it, I think. Red Rust Pioneers. What's that? That looks like it could be fun. Tell you what, I'll put these things on my wish list so I can remember them for another time. Somehow there's a hentai game in the Wild West section which is about Colosseums. Obviously, that makes perfect sense, Steam. Thanks. What the fuck? Oh dear. Anyway, what else we got here? Oh, we got a survival horror. Who don't love a good survival horror in the Wild West? Bungie sounds about right. They've announced a new Dynasty game about Vikings. I think I've seen that as well. I'm in two minds with the Dynasty games. In fact, I'll tell you what. Shall we? I'm not immediately like if we're not having to do like arty bits and I'm not worrying about my hands. I'm not gonna just immediately abandon the stream. Tell you what, if we put ourselves over here, oh, look, we're here now, and then we can just because yeah, the Dynasty games are. I didn't really get on board with Medieval Dynasty, but I think that's partially because I was doing Bellwright at a very similar time, and so I was very heavily comparing it to Bellwright. And I think Bellwright is a superior game. I think Bellwright is a better game than Medieval Dynasty. Sengoku Dynasty, I've just done a run with Practical Rook. We kind of finished that up on Tuesday. Sengoku Dynasty was fine. Feels like it needs a bunch of work. Like, there's a bunch of things, and unfortunately I was still kind of comparing it a bit to Bellwright, not in terms of the setting, but in terms of like the game mechanics. I think that's the thing. I feel like Bellwright has better game mechanics, which is a shame, because I do like the settings for the Dynasty games. But yeah, so like if they brought out a Viking one, like it's cool that they brought out a Viking one, but I hope it's I hope it's not just. I hope they've taken learnings. I hope they have learned from the previous dynasties. I don't know if they have. I don't know how any of that. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't play enough Medieval to really know how similar it was to Sengoku. But there were mechanics in Sengoku that just were kind of like not frustrating, I would probably say, is probably how I'd word them. I think I need to have a look through this Western section. Like, I'm seeing loads of games in this Western section. I might take a look through it. Oh, do you know what's a pain? To go anywhere else, I have to kind of like leave. I have to leave the Western section. Right, I need to remember to go back to the Western section in a minute. Because yeah, what have they got? They've got Medieval Dynasty. Oh, are they not made by the same dev team? Are they made by different teams? So if you go into the publisher, how weird. How weird. Different devs, same publisher. Right. I don't know if that makes me more interested or less interested. So that, yeah, okay. And then yeah, Wild West Dynasty. Star Sand. Oh, I feel like I've looked at Star Sand before. Because I think Star Sand got recommended when I was playing a bit of Kenshi. Lumberjacks Dynasty. Right. I see. And Farmers Dynasty. Yeah, I see. Okay, I see what you're talking about now. Many dynasties. Yeah. So yeah, if they're made by different dev teams, that almost it just means it's a coin toss, doesn't it, on whether it's good or not. I thought Medieval and Sengoku were made by the same people. I'd never really looked into it too closely, just because they were always sold together, so I just presumed they were the same devs. But if it's different dev teams working on the Dynasty games, like, I look at that in two ways. Maybe the other ones could be made by dev teams that make better mechanics, but then equally, it definitely means the dev team's not going to learn from the previous games, because it's not the same dev team. Yeah, means they have to start from scratch each time, yeah. Okay. Okay. Noted. Well, that's a joy. I think Medieval's strong. It's been out a while. Yeah, I mean, maybe one day I'll go back to Medieval. I just think the problem I have with Medieval is I'm always going to be comparing it to Bellwright. I think I will always be comparing it to Bellwright, I think. Just do not buy Wild West. Okay, okay. Being that you are the only two people I know who have any knowledge of Wild West Dynasty, and you are both saying do not buy it. Also, oh my god, and the reviews are just mostly negative. That's not a good sign, is it? Mostly negative. Wow. And so who's that made by? Just yeah, and it's just made by a completely different studio. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't planning on buying it right now anyway, but good to know. Good to know it needs... is it a case of it needs work? Or is it a case of it needs scrapped and starting again? Wow, I just saw one of the reviews and it just said in big letters, worthless. Just worthless. Nothing salvageable. According to these reviews. This game should be free. Oh my god. This game should be free. It's worthless. Graphic design, ugly. Price, this game should be free. Gameplay, the gameplay is pitiful, full of bugs. I don't think that person liked the game. Oh, here's another review. It's only one big scam. There you are. There you are. And then, right underneath that, it's only one big scam. Fun game. I wish they would update it. Like, it's just like, it's very... The reviews are very different to each other. Anyway, right, I'm probably gonna have a look through the Western section, just if we're doing a Western day tomorrow, who knows, maybe we'll do a more Western stuff tomorrow. I'll just see if there's a bunch of demos. I hate demo days because they tend to do shit, but maybe if it's a themed demo day, maybe it'll work better. Oh, there's a cute, there's like what would you refer to it as, Yana? A cozy looking one. I don't think there's a demo though. But Yana, you should look at Cattle Country. You might like that if you like Western stuff. It looks cozy. Bungie, when it first came out, they had no ambient sounds. Oh. They did a complete redo the start. and have a big they did completely redo the start and have a big relaunch. Oh god. And people still don't like it. Oh no. Hello, Target. How many dynasties are there? Yes. I think that's the answer. I think the answer is yes to that question. Oh, SteamWorld Build falls under... I suppose, yeah, that makes sense. It falls under Western. Why am I looking at all these things? We're supposed to be finishing the stream. Supposed to be finishing the stream. Why am I looking at all these things? Railway Empire 2. Wait, do I not have that? Or do I have Railway Empire? Which I think I... Oh no, is this not... maybe that's not what I'm thinking of. Maybe I'm thinking of a different game before I start talking disparagingly about it. This is my land. Oh wait, that sounds familiar. This is my land. I feel like... oh god, it's mostly negative. Never mind. Maybe that's why it's not in my wish list anymore. Target man, Red Dead Revolution, but it's a cozy, law-abiding ranching game. You need a game with horses. There's always Umama Masumumba, the Japanese horse girls game. I would absolutely do that game as a forfeit. I would put that game on the forfeit list, Target. Same way, you know, did the KFC one. It's not, you know, it's an option. What else is here? What if we narrow it down to... what if we narrow it down to strategy? I feel like all the Western games, as soon as you switch them to strategy, they all become about railways. So many of the games become about railways as soon as you go, hey, what's a strategy game for the frontier? The First Mine. Grimshire. Wait, did I just... I feel like I just saw that somewhere. And then I saw it there. Stardew with bunnies. Stardew passed me by a bit. Stardew did pass me by a bit. I do own Stardew, but it... I can't remember what we were doing at the time, because I kind of picked it up potentially to stream because it was very popular, and then I just never got around to it. I also probably would have driven people nuts, because I probably wouldn't have done all the romancing stuff in it. Which, from what I've seen of people who stream it, they get very into the romancing side of Stardew Valley. And I'd have been there going, no, I've got to grow me carrots. Grimshire. In a world of animals, you shall have a farm. A deadly plague threatens the village of Grimshire. Manage your farmland, forage the bounty of the wilds, prevent your harvest from rotting away, and keep the root cellar full. Can you help bring the community together and survive? There you go. Now they've got their voiceover for the opening of their game. Congratulations to you guys. Do you know what I love? Is like this game, Grimshire, is saying, hey, you should play this because you played Graveyard Keeper. Well, that's a good point. Have Lazy Bear made any other games? Have they stopped making games? Because I tell you what, if there was another Graveyard Keeper game, I would probably play that in a heartbeat. Graveyard Keeper was great. Except for hating everyone by the end, but I feel like that was part of the gameplay. Anyway, right, sorry. I did say we were wrapping up at 3, didn't I? So that I can go and schedule all this nonsense. Is Dungeon Keeper 2 on GOG? I've streamed. I think I've streamed Dungeon Keeper 2. That's already been done. That's already been done. A long, long time ago. Where it just became really awkward because, you know, we had the dominatrix units, and she was just way over the top. Like, I question playing that game as a child now. having heard how much the dominatrix character wouldn't shut up in that. Questions raised about that. Yeah. Anyway, right, guys, we're gonna Dominatrix just needs a little torture now and then to perform her best. She just wouldn't shut up. Regardless, if you left her idle, she wouldn't shut up. If you gave her commands, she wouldn't shut up. She was just a noisy lady, and it became uncomfortable. It became uncomfortable, and I also loved that when people were watching the stream and I played Dungeon Keeper 2, there were people going, can we do something about that lady, because I'm trying to watch the stream and there are other people around. Can we turn it down, or do I need to switch to headphones? Because it's just awkward. And I was like, I'm sorry, it's just, this is what she does. This is what she does. I do not have control over her. And people would be like, well, can you stop clicking on her? And I'm like, I'm not clicking on her. And it was like, can you take her off screen? I'm like, she's not on screen. She's just that loud. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, right, guys. We are done for the day. Made delightful progress. I am very happy with the progress I've made today with that gnome. It's coming along an absolute treat, so I'll probably trash it next week in some really silly way. But yeah, that's everything. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be doing something tomorrow. Well, it might turn out to be a Western day, because why not? But yeah, so if you have been here, thank you very much. If you've been talking in chat, thank you more. I have told you where I'll be. So whatever you choose to do with the rest of your day, I hope that you have a fantastic time. And until I next see you, until then, goodbye.